Hello. Oh my god, that's sorry about that. That's an annoying buzzing noise. Alright, here we go. So I've just been doing a bunch of like really casual Unity development. I've literally just been going through and checking through little things that I want to make sure that I understand and know how to do in the engine, like trees. And like figuring out that a whole bunch of stuff that used to work properly, like trees, is now broken in Universal Render Pipeline. So I've actually just been taking time and just getting like trees working. There's actually this insanely annoying thing where if I change the tree here, it actually resets all the materials, and the default materials are broken for the Universal Render Pipeline. So I actually have to go through and change the project files if I want to fix that. I might do that at some point, but I don't think it supports wind now, which isn't too much of a loss. I can always do a custom wind shader. I'd much rather like have the ability to do a custom wind shader than be limited. But like I actually wonder if this is correct or broken. I know this is a really bad tree, but it's like, is this how it's supposed to look? That's the thing, is if I change the shaders, they're just broken in pink because they don't work with Universal Render Pipeline. So I literally don't know what the proper speed tree shaders would look like for this tree, unless I put it into like an HD Render Pipeline project, I think. But whatever, you can always 3D model a tree. So one of the things I was working on, so one of the main things I've talked about, the reason why I use Unity is for huge cross-platform support. And one of the things that I found out that still isn't that good in Unity is they still don't have an on-screen like joystick or button. They actually have a class for it now. It's actually really good. Let me pull up the docs for this. So, okay, on mobile, you might, on computer and whatever, you might have it controlled by mouse and keyboard or a gamepad and controller. And like the gamepad has joysticks and buttons. And so what people will do when they port games to phones is you put virtual buttons on the screen of the phone and you touch those like a virtual joystick. People have been asking Unity for that for a very long time. And they actually came up with something close to it. They did these on-screen control and on-screen button, which kind of works. It doesn't work that well because it relies off the Unity UI component, which actually isn't like real time. So it's a really delayed. You can find a whole bunch of forum posts of people complaining about the on-screen button stuff sticking. And that's because it's based off of a UI element, and the UI elements have like a built-in cursor delay. I just like pushed my hair back, and it just made it go back further into my eye. It's like one step forward, two steps back. Anyways, what I did figure out is when I looked at the documentation for this, I figured out that it is actually based off this on-screen control, and you can actually make okay, I don't know where it talks about it. I don't know where the page was that I found, but you can basically make your own custom on-screen control. So that's what I figured out. That's what I did, as I went and looked at the code. And they have these really nice functions where it just sends the value to the control, which means that you can basically assign this to any like input button or anything. It's actually I really like their new input system, like being able to set these values through code and stuff so you can make the virtual. So anyways, what I've been doing is making a very simple way that you can just add this class in. You don't even need a GUI. Just uses Unity's stateless GUI and just draws the button. So I'm generating a circle texture in code, which is actually useful for like other stuff. I should probably make this higher quality. And then here in update, I'm checking whether or not the mouse is over. What this actually should be is this should be doing it with touch positions, but I'm doing it with mouse to debug it right now. Alright, so if this is pressed, so I'm going to need to actually keep track of the changes in state. Hey, Namori. So then we only send value to control if it changes. Wait, how does it know that this is a float? Does it just automatically get the type? What's the difference between that and that? I feel like this one's safer. Whatever. So we send that if it's not pressed, and then we set is pressed true. Why didn't that auto indent? What the hell, Visual Studio? So then if the opposite happens where it is pressed, then we send value to control, set to false. Alright, so I'm going to try this with jump to begin, and I guess I'll color it black if it's pressed. I really like this stateless GUI. Like, it's actually so useful if you're just trying to just like throw a button up on the screen or something, just in a script that might or might not be enabled depending on the platform. So you may not even need like the button or whatever. I almost feel like doing like red if it's pressed, something bright. Yeah, so I actually have it assigned to space on the keyboard. So when I press this, it should actually make the character jump. No, it's not doing that. Oh, wait. It's not doing that because I don't have a player component assigned and active. Ah. Smart. There we go. Oh, it's working. Oh yeah. So I've just been working on like little scripts to just use for stuff like this platform movement input. They're like player controller scripts and things like that, but it's separated, so like this could actually be used for enemy AI and things like that as well. It's just like general movement, and then that's actually controlled by the movement input. And then there's also the look input for the camera that's separated as well, and that is so that like it works with VR. I actually haven't tested this with VR though. I think I'm going to need to turn off pitch in VR, because making you able to flip around in VR is not... No. That would basically mean that in VR you can like point your camera downwards, so like looking forward like this is looking at the ground, and then when you look down like this it'll be looking like behind you. That's not the way it should work. So I am going to assign I wonder if this is going to break stuff, having a public serialized field that's only on certain platforms. I've never tried this before. Well, let's see if it works. So I'm going to have button color, button, this will just do color and then pressed color. Alright, I'm going to add a touchscreen support to this now. I was going to make a virtual joystick as well for this, but honestly, this is something I don't even think I'm going to use. I just kind of wanted to see if it's possible. Or like, I saw the on-screen button here, and it triggered me that this didn't actually work properly, so then I was like, I think I can make one that works properly. Oh, wait. I should disable this in the editor if it's not selected to Android or iOS build. Do you have the device to test touch input? Yeah. I'm just way too lazy to do Android builds. And I think any games that I want to make, like, you know how, like, if you make stuff for phones, you have to make text and buttons way bigger, or it just doesn't work properly. Like, if I make a game for a computer, the text and stuff will probably be way too small for phones. I guess maybe tablets, but I'm just thinking, with the way this is, it's always going to have the buttons there, even in your PC or even VR builds. I should definitely think I should disable this unless it's an Android build. Do I have Android build? No, I don't even have Android enabled here. Yeah, I think I am going to do that though, because when I finally do this, I will be doing it for Android, so I am adding iOS support as well, because it's just like, it's literally just adding one line. So if Unity editor, I'm going to add a check to the beginning of all these that's like if Unity editor dot build, is it build options? There's some way that I can check what the current build is. I should just Google this. Searching through the sections of code one by one. Detect platform. So this is the platform the game's running on. But is this for testing on Android? You cannot publish iOS build to make it work for other devices. I mean, your iOS cannot install app without Apple developer key signature. Exactly. Like, yeah, I would actually, as far as I'm aware, I actually need a Mac computer, and then I would also need to get an Apple developer license. Like, the gateway, the gatekeeping to get into Apple development is crazy in terms of monetary price. Yeah, like, yeah, I would never push out a build. I'm almost at the point where I don't even want to do Unity builds for Mac because I just don't want to support Apple. Like, fuck, bro, $800 monitor stand. Like, if I really believe in vote with your wallet, then I should really just, like, not do anything I can to not support Apple. Build pipeline. This is probably what I'm looking for. Get build target name. This is kind of what I'm looking for. Unity editor get build target. Here we go. Here we go. Editor user build settings active build target. Active build target. Android. Wait, can you do this? This doesn't work, does it? No. Wait. No. Alright, or iOS. Actually, I need to do does not equal. So I'm actually thinking about what I want the code to do here. So yeah, I'm just gonna have this code just skip out on executing whatever it is when it's not, I guess it could still update. No, that would cause bugs. So this way, if it's the editor and it's not set to a mobile build, it won't draw any of this, because if I have this enabled and it's like also VR, it'll just show up. So now it shouldn't enable it. Yep, okay. Maybe I'll install Android at some point to test that. So one of the main things that I'm actually working on is this hand script. So basically I'm trying to work on an interaction system for first person that will work in VR and in outside of VR. Which is like very challenging, I think. Like VR is so much more challenging, but I'm starting with doing it just on PC first. Alright, so you can see I have one hand right here. So the idea is I'm going to have this hand script, and this controls like a procedural animation of the hand. So the hand script controls the fingers. The fingers don't control anything. They're like a leaf node. And then there's going to actually be a, like, I don't know what I'm going to call it yet, like player handle something, I don't know, something. It controls the hands, something that controls the hands. And that's also going to have like an inventory and item system built into it. Because like so many games are just based off the like basic thing of having items. Anyways, so you can see here, these are like the animation options. So it's got like basic things where you can like do really bad animations where it like breaks the fingers. It's not really useful for anything like specific or realistic, but I mean, I think you could actually use that for stuff. Like there has to be some things or games where you'd want the fingers to bend like that. Anyways, you can see you get this kind of procedural animation. It has different settings, so you can just kind of change it however you want. But then part of the key part of this is just this small value grip here. So you can just see this is what's going to be used when you like grab onto a weapon, or when you grab anything like a door handle or something. It can just do this procedural grip animation where it just grabs onto stuff. And then you'll probably want to like turn off the swaying as well when you do grip. But that's the thing, is I'm going to make like a the handler class for that. And I did this angle. Oh my god, I just realized how messed up the hand looks. Oh my god. So I might need to fix some stuff in the hand animation. Maybe just a little bit. Only index controllers support fingers. Yeah, I'm probably not even going to do finger tracking because finger tracking is insanely hard to do. Like, if I did finger tracking, it would literally just be an animation. So, like, maybe I'll do finger tracking for that. Because it would be, similar to... where is it? Just adding this tracked... See, that's the thing. I actually think that the version that I'm using doesn't... Like, you see how I only have access to the left and right controller? Like, I actually think the version of the VR API I have doesn't even have finger tracking in it yet. You get what I mean? Like, I'm using an old version of OpenVR because that's what Unity uses. This hand reminds me of the Super Smash Bros. Hand. So what's wrong with this? Does the swaying look okay? Yeah, so the gripping with that pinky there kind of goes into the other hand. Yeah, so I actually need to provide like a direction. Or what I should do is I need to get some way to calculate the way I'm supposed to like bend the fingers. Because like obviously this is going not a single direction. Especially when it's gripping. Like this, you can see. So this is just adding pitch, which I guess assumes that all of them bend on the same axis, but I didn't rig the bones. Well, like, that's the thing, that's not the way that, like, you rig bones. Oh, yeah, I actually saw something on Twitter about this. He did a face tracking thing, too. I honestly don't really see many uses for this. Because, like, a whole bunch of games and stuff, if this messes up tracking for, like, 1 second, you're gonna, like, die in the game or mess up or whatever, and people hate that shit. Only sports single hand, that's weird. I guess it makes sense, though. Because it would need to separate the hands then, which might not be possible. Ring Fit on Switch. Yeah, I heard of it. So let's check out these bones. So that's the thumb, which seems to bend fine. So that one looks like it bends good. That one also bends good. I think it's these last ones here. Yeah. Yeah, this last one needs to actually rotate a little bit so that it doesn't intersect that one. Probably want to rotate that a little bit too. Interesting. I wonder if I can rotate this beforehand like that, and if it'll just work then, because it's already pre-rotated. Like, how does that look now? Oh my god, the fingers look broken. So I think I probably want like the palm here to maybe bend. No, wait. Maybe I want one of these middle bones like bend forward too, like that. Animations are hard. I think single webcam, body, hand, or face tracking can make similar games, but PC games, people don't have to buy new exclusive console. Maybe Nintendo will make some exclusive for their next console based on single webcam tracking, but we already connect, so I don't. Yeah, that's a good point. That I mean, like, yeah, I think Beat Saber, a basic Beat Saber, or even Dance Dance Revolution, or hell, I mean, just Dance could be like easily done with a webcam, I think. Technically, isn't it done? Like, Kinect is a really good webcam for body tracking. So I wonder if I just want to like slowly add some yaw here as we go along. I think their fingers are still rotated. But does market ready to accept this type of game? Game dev is weird. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if that's actually something that would even be popular on phones, because like all phones have cameras built in. So I'm gonna try rotating these so that hopefully the hand doesn't really look messed up. But then it'll actually rotate in the proper places. Oh, interesting. That's almost better, but it's still not going. Yeah, so I need roll. I actually need to add roll. So you know what I think I'm gonna do? The tops of the fingers look good. I almost feel like it's just the first first one maybe right here. What is this that it's not? Oh, I'm setting it procedurally, so it's yes. So I'm thinking about setting each of these per finger. But so one of the things ways I'm thinking of doing it I think maybe I just don't understand how quaternions work well enough. Like, I think there's a trick for doing quaternions, or using quaternions here, or I can have it work correctly. Yeah, so that's way too far over. That would be a broken finger if that was my finger. It has to go like that. So it has to have a little bit of rotation in it like that. No, none of those angles are right either. Yeah, I'm actually thinking I'm just gonna need like a custom rotation amount for each finger. Just like how I have each of the fingers here and each of the animation scales. And then this animation scale will actually just end up being what's it called? I had a sign here to flip the animation. Why did I flip the animation? Does pitch... Wait, pitch shouldn't become different on the other hand. Oh, wait, it's one finger. Okay, never mind. So this will work. That's what you're doing is living my experience of creating body animation in Blender. Move every bone. Hate it. So that's my goal, is to try to not have to move every bone manually. I'm actually worried that I'm going to move the bones in a bad way here in the editor and not be able to like undo it. Like, I twisted these. What if I just keep undoing? There we go. That's what I was looking for. So that's my issue as well, is like you edit the bones in here and you can actually like mess shit up and then accidentally save it. At least with the procedural generation, it's like it's almost like you start from scratch each time you start the program. Well, it's literally like you start from scratch each time the program starts. Alright, so I'm gonna add, basically gonna extend these finger animation scales to finger finger rotation angles. So that will be that'll be fun. Instead of that, oh man, I'm actually thinking the best thing would be to just keep this system and then add a rotation so that this is applied the proper way. So what happens if I make this a quaternion? Can you set this with Euler angles? So then rotate this quaternion. Oh wait, I wonder if we can rotate the finger defaults. Oh my god, this is it. We rotate the finger defaults. Procedural bone animation. Something that comes straight from hell. Yeah. So rotating the finger default should do this as well. Oh my god, so this is actually like, I don't know how to get this to work actually. So I was thinking of multiplying by a base quaternion to rotate it so it's the correct amount, but then I realized it's actually the correct amount at the beginning here, and it only becomes incorrect as the grip scales. So then I was like, oh, okay, well, like scale how much the quaternion rotates depending on the grip. And then I realized I actually have a sway as well. So then maybe the sway should be separate from the grip. So I'm thinking I might just focus on making the animation look correct on the grip. And if so, I guess I rotate the finger rotation angles based off the grip amount. How do you scale how much a quaternion rotates? How much quaternion rotates? I guess that's technically scaling the axis angle, right? So I can do slurp identity. But I think there's actually a better... There should be a... W represents the axis component, right? Like I should be able to change the W and then renormalize, right? Alright, whatever. Screw quaternion tricks. We'll do quaternion, slurp, identity, finger rotation angles. Multiply those together. Now, how do we set quaternions? Are we able to set them as angles? I think you're able to. It's just showing XY, so I assume... Yeah, it would be ridiculous if they had you set quaternions. So yeah, this has to be Euler angles. I should actually check though. I guess I'll know when if this works properly or not. Okay, so the thumb is bending backwards, which is normal. The fingers are bending weirdly that way, which is how it happened before. I think I'm going to move the player into the sun so there's better view. Yeah, but at least with the finger animations, I should be able to get the thumb going the correct way, for example. There we go. Now, did that rotate the thumb too much? That's weird. Oh yeah, this rotation angles is definitely what I need. So let's see if we can fix the middle finger using that. And yeah, this is definitely Euler angles, not quaternions. Oh my god. These animations are actually from hell. god. Oh! Oh! Better? I should disable the sway. Well, it looks like it's kind of working. I just gotta find the right values for it to correctly, and it should work. Well, it definitely should work. Like, it's not like procedural bone animation is some impossible thing. I feel like there's a more efficient way to do this. Besides rotating these quaternions each time, but maybe not. I wonder if there is a difference too if I apply these rotations in a different order. I just remembered that quaternion order matters. Oh my god, wait a minute. So what does it do if I flip these around? Interesting. So most of the fingers still work, except for these two, which go flying back. So then I wonder if I put the multiply by RF in the middle of that. Or I'm thinking, since this is Euler angles, I could just take the Euler angles of these and add that scaled, but that won't be the same thing as the S-lerp. Said I was going to move this to the sun, and I never moved it to the sun. What a wonderful angle for a finger to be at. So I feel like I should apply it afterwards. I definitely think it worked better when I was applying it afterwards. Oh my god, that is a messed up bone. Oh my god. If I'm gonna need to do I really want to find a way to do this without having to set all these separate values. Like one of the things I'm thinking about is what if I actually trace the points between the finger bones and I actually calculate the vector directions there, and from that I calculate what the downward direction is to the hand, so when it grips it actually like pulls the points towards a second. You know what I mean? Like literally doing inverse kinematics on the fingers. Making the fingers pull towards a center point in the hand like this to grab, and then doing inverse kinematics on the middle fingers, which should be insanely easy. Like actually should just be able to approximate it. Hmm. I'm just thinking, how would I calculate that? Like that type of system is almost like a physics system where you work based off the state of the previous fingers. Whereas this is like you have like a base animated state and you just warp that based off the armatures. Like David Tennant. Oh god. David Tennant when he was young, or David Tennant when he's old? Both. What? I guess it's the beard. Man, I hope I have hair when I'm 50. That would be nice. Oh yeah, that's actually looking good. I could just get these fingers now as well. Oh my god. It actually works, thank god. I was worried I was actually going to need to do like inverse kinematics or something. But you can see here now all the fingers except for the pinky and the thumb are good, and I can do the pinky and the thumb. I just need to decide if this is the final, if I want to copy this and work with this. I mean, it works. I love that. I love that. It gets to the maximum point and then it's like radical, dude. Exactly. Feature, not a bug. In the README, after 100 grip amount, it makes radical hand sign. I love procedural animations though, for like the buggy stuff you get like this. All right, I'm gonna do this for all the fingers now. For the thumb and the pinky, and then I'm gonna copy these values. Oh my god, can I copy these? I guess I have to do copy component. Fix the thumb first. Oh yeah, what did I do before? I like flipped it around and then rotated it downwards. Besides the clipping into the finger, that looks pretty good. Oh yeah, that's nice. It's actually nice. I almost feel like maybe a little bit more, but I mean like if you're grabbing stuff like a sword or like a fat cock, you'll need like area between the hands there. Alright, now just the pinky. I think that's actually, I think it's the pinky's gonna be the easiest one. Man, have you seen the majority of VR games that come out on Steam? Like, I actually couldn't even bring it up on Twitch because I would get banned. But like, damn dude, it's not just Twitch that's become a porn site. Okay, there we go. Awesome. So what happens when it goes negative? The fingers bend backwards? Okay. That could actually be a feature as well if you ever want to break your character's fingers. Sick hand, thanks, said who. I'm making a hand system for first person and VR games, so it's like a hand that I'll be able to use for both PC and it's like it's basically a procedurally generated hand with finger animations. That's actually, yeah, that's exactly what it is. So hold on, let me copy this before I lose it and save it. Save that. Okay, thank God. Yeah, I honestly I hate animating. I hate dealing with bones. So you can see here, got like a sway animation. And so the whole idea is that in VR you'll actually have your hands where like this is tracked with your VR hands, and then when you grab stuff it like closes and grips it. And then the idea is to make a system where all of the stuff that's interactable in VR, you can also look at it on desktop and click it, and it'll do a procedural animation of the hand interacting and grabbing it or whatever, or flipping a switch. I'm basically trying to create like a like middle area between VR, like a first person system that works on VR and desktop. Saw a new VR MMO. It's actually good. Zenith Last City. Talk about new VR not safe for work games. I did not. VR chat is very not safe for work. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is like a bunch of the not safe for work games aren't even. Oops, sorry, I just burped. Aren't even like advertised as porn, but they're basically all porn. Zenith Last City. Oh, I remember seeing this. The marketing for this looks insanely good, but it's not launched yet, so whether or not Zenith Last City is actually good, I hope maybe it'll be good. That'll be cool. I almost feel like I need to make a prefab of this in case I overwrite this. Like if the script... Okay, yeah, I'm prefabbing this. Oh man, because if I edit the script, is there a way that I can save these values? Hold on. Unity copy component. You know what? Maybe copying this, maybe there's a way to copy it as text. Copy component. No, that would be cool if copying it actually put it on your clipboard as like JSON text, and then you could actually save it. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna create a new original prefab or a variant of this prefab. Wait, am I modifying this prefab anytime I change it? I don't think so. I haven't applied any changes, have I? Now it's a variant. I don't understand prefab overrides sometimes. But yeah, I'm worried these values are going to get deleted and I'm going to need to set them all again. So I'm really tempted to just go and save these values to like a text file or something. Shit, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Because I don't want to take the time to find these again. Print screen is honestly probably easier. I could have sworn there was a way to copy these things. Making good progress, man. It's interesting. You can make a Spider-Man game or a game where you do parkour, but the hand thing is cool. Procedural animation is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to make stuff that's like general for games. Oh my god, am I gonna need to go into the Visual Studio settings and disable asterisks on comment? Because I don't want these damn asterisks. Oh my god, Morame, you're a genius, you know that? Oh my god, of all the times for me to capture the screen, to try and capture this text box. God damn it. Alright. Such an easy way of saving. Who needs to worry about copy and pasting and stuff? Alright, now I don't need to worry about losing those at all. Feels good. Prefab missing. How do I clear the prefab? I guess that did it. Okay. So now I honestly, man, I just did this thing where I saw that those fingers weren't working. And I was like, it completely threw me off. Man, I'm really glad to have got those working. You ever like see something like that where like you think something's working, and then this complex system of like fingers rotating with quaternions doesn't work properly, and you're like, oh god, what kind of quaternion magic am I gonna need to work to get these to rotate properly? I'm so happy these were just a simple fix. So I think what I'll want is I'll actually want a finger rotation angle scale so that the grip amount is actually scaled by this angle by a specific amount. And then I'll limit this so it doesn't make the radical hand sign, because it technically is a bug. Copy and pasting stuff. Imagine AI that analyzes screenshots, copy and paste similar data from some app to another. That would be so nice, like an advanced screen reading that doesn't just like read screens but reads like context. So now I'm thinking about what I was saying before. I'm gonna have a component or script that controls the hands. The hands control the fingers, and they also check for, in VR, they're going to check for like physical interactions and stuff. But then there's going to be a component that actually controls the hands and does a procedural animation for the hands. And then it also controls the grip and stuff like the fingers and handles things like items and things like that. Holding things in the hands. I'm not sure what I want to call that component. I've got it called player hand, so I'm just thinking of calling it like player interaction or something. Player interactor. Player hands. But I feel like it would be really weird to have a hand script and then have a hands script. Maybe hand controller. There's still stuff I haven't done with this though. I might focus on getting this working in VR actually. Before I move on to anything else, I might actually go and so what I need to do is add physics to this, or basic physics, where it's going to have a capsule collider or some sort of collider and check for on trigger enter, and then when it has on trigger enter, it's going to move back to the previous position until it's no longer colliding. And then I'm actually, so what it's going to have, instead of an offset and angle, it's actually going to have like a transform that it follows, and then it's going to use the physics to check if it can actually follow it. So like if you have the hand hit like a wall, your hand can't go through the wall, it'll like stop for a second and then go through it. It's like the how in VR you can normally just like shove things through walls. It's basically like adding physics to that. One of the things though that I thought about is then you have things in your hand, like you might have an item in your hand, and then calculating the interaction of the not just your hands but the items and things in your hands is like ridiculously hard. I decided that's my hand thing is the hand script is only going to worry about hands, not any items or anything. So I guess I'll just do player hand controller, or maybe I might just call it player hand system. I think player hand system is a good name for it. I feel like controller isn't the right name because it's not, I don't think it's necessarily, I don't think I'm going to attach input controls to it. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with adding VR to this. So first of all, I'm just going to add a basic box collider and just try to shape this around the hand. I'm not even worried about it being accurate right now. It's just going to be like a rough detection of whether or not the hand can go through something. Set is trigger. Alright, so then instead of offset and angle, we're going to have follow, which is going to be the transform that it follows. But it's only going to follow that if it doesn't collide. Okay, so I'm going to need to save. I'm going to need to copy all of the components of a transform. So transforms are by references though, so I'm actually going to need to manually copy the position, scale, and rotation, I think. Maybe not scale. Last position, last rotation. What did I use the hand sign for again? I'm not even using it for anything right now. So I'm going to be setting world position. I guess I should just set position then. This is the thing though. Trying to represent it as... I almost feel like this is better not doing these attached to the player. Because I'm dealing with all of this in world space, but... yeah, well, I guess since I'm dealing with it with in world space, I need to deal with it in world space. Yeah, and then so this is also going to need to detect what it's actually colliding with. I just did on trigger enter 3 times. I guess I'll just start with on trigger enter. You know, actually what I should do is I should just work on just having the hand follow at the beginning and then worry about triggers afterwards. So this is going to be kind of scuffed. It's not going to completely put the hand against the surface, but should be good enough. Ideally, what I'd want is to actually make this a floating rigid body for each of the hands. And then but then you get issues with like, it's like the rigid body needs to get interacted by, but not apply interactions to. Like having the rigid body, imagine this in your game. Your player has rigid bodies attached to his hand that he can literally just apply force to objects in the game. Like imagine the bugs. I actually think this is an issue with Boneworks. Boneworks glitch out of bounds. Like I think there's an issue with Boneworks where you can like put guns inside. Like basically these games where you have like physics built into your character, it basically means that you can like, if your hand gets stuck in a wall and you can move your hand, you're making your character fly. There's like so many things that it opens the door to. It's on next level Facebook hand physics and VR presentation. I think maybe. Alright, so then we set the follow to this tracked pose driver. So it tries to follow the VR hand even if it's, or as close as it can. Position, update and before render. Is before rendering. Update is before render, so whatever. Just leave it like it is, and then we set follow. This didn't get reset, thank God. Okay. I think best I saw in VR hand tracking. Most of the hand tracking I've seen these days is pretty good. I just don't think it's like reliable enough. Like when you can use a mouse that just always works, and hand tracking that like might not work in dark low lit environments or something like that. Alright, I think I'm going to test this. Alright, hold on one second. I'm going to go plug in VR. Actually, I'm going to go look at getting lunch. Hold on, I'll be right back. Just opened Twitter, saw this is crazy. I hope their GitHub works. Skeletal articulations with neural blend shapes. That sounds,
We can even modify the skeletal structure of existing animations and improve their deformation quality. We can even modify the skeletal structure of existing animations and improve their deformation quality. Our
Okay,
framework is also robust.
this seems like
We can even modify the skeletal structure of existing animations and improve their
this straight up looks like a less detailed model.
deformation quality.
See, okay, here's my thing about this. I feel like this neural blend shapes is going to be insanely expensive and basically be like a whole bunch extra computation when you could just add more bones and just increase the resolution of your blend weights
Our framework
to
is
fix
also
that.
robust to variations of mesh connectivity and accurate in estimating deformations with stability. We compare our method to RigNet, which outputs an arbitrary skeletal structure, so it's not directly possible to animate the output skeleton with mocap data. Here we compare our results to Blender's automatic skinning functionality. Our fully automatic approach outperforms Blender's deformation quality. We asked an animator to manually correct the automatic deformation produced by Blender. It took them a decent amount of time to reach a comparable deformation quality, which our network achieves with a feed-forward pass. Here we visualize the activation of the blend shape coefficients as a function of pose. Despite not being supervised directly, the network infers an accurate relationship between the two. Here, the network was trained with no connectivity augmentation and no garment augmentation. It can be seen that the network struggles to generalize the skinning weights to unseen characters.
Okay, I don't understand what's happening there. That's interesting. I don't think I read that completely. Use same number of bones as I understand. Starting with a character in T-pose, joint rotations on the desired skeleton hierarchy, Envelop branch predicts the corresponding skinning and rigging parameters and deforms the input character using a differential enveloping. In parallel, a residual deformation branch uses input mesh to predict blend shapes, uses joint rotations to predict the corresponding blending coefficients. So, yeah, that seems insanely advanced and super cool, developing blend shapes with a neural network, but I still think it's way too complicated for games. I think the rigging and skinning could be useful. Like that, you see the skin wobbling there? Like that just seems almost too good to be true. Like that's basically baked in vertex animation right there of skin wobbling. Like that just seems like something that's just like way too much for games. Maybe not. Maybe it isn't. Who knows? Alright, hold on one second. Alright, we're gonna watch a little video while I eat. Size of final model, also question it may be like some NMD models, just 500 megabytes of blend transforms for 30-second animation. That's exactly what I was thinking when I said baked vertex animation. That's way too much for games.
Have you ever thought about light and where it goes? Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with your device. I'm standing in the middle of a country road with no illumination at night, and thus, there's nothing to see. Well, that's not quite true, but there's not enough light for the sensor in the camera to make any use of, and so we're left with nothing but darkness. And in fact, my eyes can't see much either. It's real dark. I'm using my phone for this, and like many phones, I can turn on a weedy little LED which will emit a smattering of photons to get reflected off of things, and hopefully make it back to the camera where it will detect them and form an image. But because that LED is so dainty, well, it's only really helpful at close range. Looking down the road reveals not a lot. But now I've turned around, and watch what happens when I turn on the LED. Whoa! Look at those bright chevrons. The road curves here rather suddenly, prompting the local road authority to erect these warning signs. And even though they're lit by a tiny LED that's about 20 meters away from them, they appear incredibly bright and the camera can easily see them. In a weird twist though, the signs don't appear that bright to me. I have to have the camera right in front of me, basically in my line of sight, in order for the signs to appear brightly. And if I turn off the camera's own light source and switch to a flashlight, well, now the signs don't appear that bright, even though they are illuminated with a much brighter light source. In order for them to shine brightly, I need to move the flashlight right next to the camera's lens to basically the same position of its own LED in the beginning.
What's going on here? Well, those signs are what is called retroreflective. Retro as in old school, back or backwards, and reflective as in reflect light. In common usage, this might simply be called reflective, but that's not really an adequate description. Everything's reflective to some degree, even Vantablack. This vinyl record is reflective, this toaster is very reflective, I'm reflective, you're reflective, some people are even deflective.
I'm sorry, and I'm gonna need a yes or no answer here. Are you able to explain what you mean by deflective?
Our vision works because things are reflective. So long as there's some source of light which can land on things to be reflected back and make it into your eyes, you'll be able to see them. But when your only light source is a tiny little LED, or perhaps a pair of car headlights, your everyday light reflection technique becomes limited with distance. See, when light hits most objects, it scatters in all directions. Even if you shine a bright spotlight at something, only a small fraction of that light ends up coming back into your eyes. The rest goes in all sorts of directions, allowing anyone to see it from virtually any vantage point. Making matters worse is the inverse square law. The farther away something is from a light source, the less light that hits it because it spreads out, and thus the same amount of light covers a broader surface. You can help combat that by focusing your light source into a tight beam for a longer throw, but you can't fix the return trip. Or can you? That's what these signs do. They are covered in a coating that forces light to be reflected back to its original source and virtually nowhere else. How can they do that? Geometry. Consider the humble mirror. It may not seem like it has much control over how light gets reflected, but in fact, it does. A lot, really. The mere fact that you can see a reflection in a mirror is astonishing when you think about it. Again, most objects just reflect light, all scattered light, allowing you to see it, but not much else. But mirrors let you see an image of other things in the environment, and that's only possible if we can get light to follow some rules. And that rule is, the angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection. The path that any light ray hitting a mirror will take after it hits it is entirely predictable. Say you shine a laser pointer onto a mirror. Well, whatever angle it hits the mirror at will be the same that it leaves the mirror. So a 30-degree angle on the way in equals a 30-degree angle on the way out. That's the entire reason mirrors allow you to see an image at all. Light that hits them simply changes direction, so it has whatever structure it did in the first place, creating what looks to be a window into another world. Anyway, knowing that angle in equals angle out, you can put two mirrors at a 90-degree angle to one another and end up with a mirror that always sends light back in the direction it came from. See, no matter what this angle is, you'll get the same angle coming out here. Then it hits the other mirror, and we know this is a right angle, so this angle is just 90 minus whatever this one was, since we're dealing with a triangle. And since the exit angle is the same as that result, the sum of these angles is always 180 degrees. So no matter how light enters this little corner, it will go right back to its source. Take a look with the laser pointer. The return line is always parallel to the incoming line, no matter where I shine the laser from. Another fun way to visualize this is simply to look into the corner. You'll see your reflection no matter how you move, which is pretty... oh, right. There's a third dimension. I'm always forgetting about that third one. No matter, just add another mirror. 3 mirrors arranged in this shape, an inside corner of a cube, is all you need to create a retroreflector. Now we really can move around however we like and still see our reflection, within a limited range though. And now the return beam from the laser stays parallel even when the height changes. You don't even need to use mirrors to do this. Instead, you can create prisms from a single piece of glass or plastic. You can see some of these in use in this video in which Jeff Marshall and Steve Mould explore their use in surveying the London Underground. And you can also see many of the same demos I just did in Steve's video ostensibly about stealth aeroplanes. But what's the point of this? Well, it's to combat the inverse square law by cutting its influence in half. When driving at night, no matter how good you think your car's headlights might be, they don't have that fantastic a range. As things get farther away, the beam gets more spread, and so objects farther away from you are hit with less light. The same thing happens on the return trip to your eyes, so you really can't see things much more than about 100 meters away. At least, not well. But a retroreflector will be visible from many hundreds of meters away, and if conditions are right, kilometers away. How? Well, whatever light that hits them from your headlights will be directed in nearly parallel lines right back to them. It won't spread out like the light reflecting from virtually all other objects because we've mastered geometry. Using a corner cube prism or other methods virtually eliminates the spread of light, and nearly all of it gets returned to sender. You might have noticed, though, that your headlights and your eyes aren't exactly in the same place. That's no matter, the lines are nearly parallel, so there's margin for error. Plus, at any distance more than a few meters, the angular distance between your headlights and your eyes is mostly negligible. It does, however, mean that the effectiveness of retroreflectors is influenced to an extent by the design of your car. If the headlights are mounted in an odd location where they're far away from your eyes, you might not be able to see reflective markings quite as well. In fact, I've often wondered if truck drivers, as in big rig over-the-road truckers, have a harder time seeing reflective markings because of how high up they sit. Let me know in the comments. Still though, these reflectors are remarkably effective at limiting the spread of reflected light. That's why I couldn't see the chevron signs with my naked eye, and why they didn't show on the camera when lit by the flashlight. The phone's own LED is right next to the camera, so even though it's really not a bright light at all, whatever light does manage to make it to the sign will be sent back bright and clear. And this is why using a camera flash when there's anything retroreflective...
Oh my god, that explains red eyes.
...not go well. Just as a demonstration of how remarkably effective these are,
I've what red eyes are. Your eyes are retroreflective.
To the camera, they don't seem to be all that bright. That's because none of the lighting illuminating me or the set is in line with the camera's lens. But watch what happens when I shine a flashlight at them right next to the camera. Even though the flashlight adds so little light to the scene that it might as well not be there, whatever manages to land on the reflectors goes right back to it and into the lens. And of course, if I step up to something a little brighter, the effect is dramatic. Anyway, the use of retroreflecting things for roads and associated markings is, in my opinion, one of the most clever things we've done for road safety, and underappreciated. Though it's a simple thing, it dramatically increases safety when driving at night, in countless ways. Making things more visible is always a good idea, and using your car's own headlights as an incredibly effective means of illumination is so clever, it's almost like a hack. Road signage can appear as though it is lit, which can dramatically increase safety. Barriers and other warning devices become glaringly obvious when they are retroreflective. Even something like a railroad crossing can become instantly identifiable from a mile away when the crossing gates and crossbuck are retroreflective. And of course, all this is done without any electrical infrastructure or the use of any energy at all of their own. Retroreflectors are able to take minuscule fractions of your headlight's output and direct it so effectively that signs can appear brighter than if they were conventionally lit.
I feel like that's the cool thing, is it's actually a good use
well
of
outside
energy.
the effective range of your
Hold on, I'm
headlights.
going to put my plates
It
away
also
and get some
eliminates
water.
light pollution associated with lighting signage because it's your car's own lights providing the illumination. But personally, signs aren't my favorite use of retroreflectors. Instead, it's simple markings. Placing basic reflectors like this in strategic places can dramatically increase safety, particularly in inclement weather. In situations like heavy rain, having embedded markers between the lanes like these makes it so much easier to stay in your lane, and also makes it easier for those around you, which is important. It can even help during the day, one of many reasons that your headlights should and are usually required by law to be on when it's raining. Here in the US, it's common to see white markings at regular intervals on guardrails to make them more visible, and it has the lovely effect of guiding you on the road almost like runway lighting. I think this is not only beautiful on a curvy stretch of rural road, but helps you guide your car in a nearly subconscious way and put more attention.
I thought this was cool because I saw someone say, like, how do you do that in games? How would you make like a shader to do that? And a bunch of people were like, we don't even know how the physics works for that. And someone posted that video of how the physics works. So I was like, okay, that's cool. Especially that, like, it doesn't use, like, I feel like that's a great use of energy, basically just like using geometry to nicely reflect light. Alright, I'm gonna plug in VR and test this in VR now. Actually, hold on, I'm gonna go wash my face first, because VR kind of sucks in the sense that, like, if you keep putting a thing on your face, like, you can't wash a VR headset easily. And you keep putting it on your face. Like, I literally got acne just from using VR. Alright. What the hell is this shit, dude? What? Discord isn't even open. Why does opening VR open up Discord? What is this shit? Actually, what the hell, dude? Like, why does that happen? It just opens up Discord. Like, it was on Shader Toy, which is like absolutely fine, but it's just like, how does opening up VR just completely switch around what windows you have open? Streamers use VR for hours, and some even sleep in VR. Crazy for me. The one streamer I watched who did VR is Whoops. Apparently, I think he had like a world record in like Beat Saber or something, or close to a world record. And like, he would do like 2 weeks of like streaming VR for like 6 to 8 hours every day. Sometimes only like 2 hours. Like, of course, a bunch of streamers do that. But then he would not stream for like 3 months. That's kind of like me, actually, now that I think about it. But then it's like, I totally get that. Like, I feel like if you do VR for hours and hours, then it like burns you out for like the other period. At least that's how I feel. I played Borderlands VR off stream like a month or so ago and then never touched VR for like... Am I gonna need to start Steam VR? I don't think so. But yeah, I could not use VR for... I could not sleep in VR, that's crazy. VR streamers grinding Twitch because money is money. Tons of people are grinding Twitch. Porn stars are grinding Twitch. Oh my god, why is everything blue? There we go, okay. What the... Oh my... Wait. Whoa, what is happening? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There's no tracking. Wait. What? Did I forget to enable tracking? Camera offset. Maybe 2,000 years later, history will point VR as ancient torture tool. I don't know about that. Oh, never mind. Movement is working. Okay. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Why are we... Okay, I gotta add a dead zone to this. What is... Oh my god, what is happening? Oh my god, I'm upside down. I'm gonna get motion sick. Jesus Christ. Okay, so here's my hand. It's flipped the wrong direction. I'm not even surprised. Alright. Many different things are scuffed. Many different things are scuffed there. So... Okay, let's take this one at a time. So first of all, we've got to rotate our hand a little bit. That is probably good. And then we need to shift the box collider. Oh god. To match that. Okay, so my controls are all messed up. I need to add dead zones to this, but my look and my walk are the same Yeah, look at me. Look at me. Genius here. Look and walk are both right hand. Genius. So this one needs to be, I'm going to have walk be left. And I have a dead zone here. So that... Yeah, I have dead zones there. So that... I guess maybe it's the mouse movement applying. I don't know. We'll see. So what I'm going to do is in the look input, if XR is enabled, then we're not going to do pitch. But we still want yaw in VR, because you still occasionally want to turn around in VR. 2 right hand, it's fine. It's Fallout mutation. Exactly. Right-handed people are superior, so 2 right hands should just make you more superior, right? Okay, okay. We're not... Oh my god, it's matching. Okay. Alright, that's a hand. We're walking properly. We're looking around properly. We're jumping properly. Okay, so right now I have jump assigned to the same thing as walk, which is really annoying, and I actually remember playing a game like that. So I'm gonna change that, I think. But oh my god. It's working. It's working. Can I see my hand in the mirror? Oh, you can. Wait, the hand is in a single position. Hello. Hello. Hi. There we go. Hi. Alright, alright. It works. It's a hand. So ideally what I want to do as well in VR, when I add the actual hand controller, is when you click in VR, it'll actually make the hand grab. Alright, so there's a few things I'm going to want to do. I'm going to want to do the VR offset for... I guess I'll make that a separate script, is when I move outside the player's range, it doesn't let me basically not stick my... This is the same thing I did in my Spaceship Endless Runner game or whatever. But, it should be a lot easier now that I've already done it. So, hold on. I just realized I didn't even test what I meant to test there. So what I want to do is I want to shove my hand into the skyscraper here, and it should print out triggered, or trigger, because it'll activate the trigger collider on the hand, which will trigger the script there. And then I also want to stick my head through the skyscraper to just make sure what I think is happening is happening. Alright. So, okay, so first of all, I can definitely see what I think is happening is happening. Oh my god, I'm going to get motion sick. So, I don't know if you can see, but when I rotate, I'm not rotating around the center. The center is like right here. I don't even know where the center is. Oh my god. So that makes you so motion sick. If you stare at the ground like that and rotate, oh my god, it's so bad. So hold on, ready? Ready for this? So this is like one of the biggest issues in VR games, and like big VR games like Minecraft have this issue. Skyrim has this. Actually, Skyrim's good now, I think it's fixed. Just being able to just stick your head in walls. So that's what we're looking to fix, and then we'll see that's triggering. Yeah, I can actually see in the Unity console it just triggered. Alright, so you can see here it did trigger. Trigger. So our hand collision is working. I just need to program that. I think I'm gonna do the head moving through first, because that's simple. So basically what I do for this is if you move your head too far, it resets it, just like I did in the spaceship game. But then what it's also going to do is, or what I think I'm going to do when I do the final player controller, is I'm going to try to do some movement input here where when you move in VR it actually moves your player controller. The huge issue is actually aligning your VR movements to your in-game movements is so insanely hard. Like, you end up doing this thing where it's like, okay, in real life you've moved 1 meter, but in the game you can't just move the player a meter, you actually need to simulate his capsule collider going across a meter. So you might move in real life faster than you actually move in the game. It's like... huge issues. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this offset to reset when the camera offset goes too far. I actually did this with my old player script here. VR chat, also models don't have same size, so movement based on model size. Wait, does that mean smaller models move way slower? So like there's people that are like snails in that. I could have sworn that people teleport in VR chat on a bunch of servers. There's even flying models. Oh yeah, I bet. VR chat is like a great sandbox. So I don't know what I want to call this. VR space limiter. Movement confinement? I don't know. I feel like space confinement is the right word. Most streamers I watch use walking. Yeah, like I think a bunch of the big streamers is role playing for VR chat caught on yet? Like I think a whole bunch of the bigger streamers are kind of like the equivalent of porn streamers in the sense a lot of them are just getting like cheap sexual views and stuff, but I feel like one of the places VR chat could really shine is role playing. But I've literally never seen like really popular role playing. I think like on popular servers, in public servers, it's basically impossible because it'll just break down with people being idiots, but don't watch mainstream streamers that big. Who was the last streamer I saw doing VR chat? It was definitely a big streamer. I want to say it was Soda Pop and her Seer. And whenever I see big like any of the big streamers like that I've seen, they don't really main VR chat. It's kind of like they're visiting VR chat, but they're not like main VR chat VTubers or whatever. Last month, VTubers come to VR chat. I'm surprised they weren't already there. I bet there were a bunch of people that were using VTuber models to do a whole bunch of shit in VR chat. So I think I'm going to do the space confinement as a box instead of a capsule, because that'll make it easier to do, and that'll also support like more different shapes. I don't know, actually I feel like capsule is pretty logical too. VTubers is 2D avatars. I think a bunch of them are 3D, they're just rendered with like 2D like lighting and effects. I'm just thinking, capsule is actually best because it more matches the player's actual collider. Is there any real situation where I would want a box where you go more forward and backward? Your VR chat stream is happy when big streamers visit VR chat. Like Soda helped visit VR chat a lot. Oh, what was it? This game Spellbreak I played, that Battle Royale. There was a time like 6 months ago or whatever where, like I said, there's barely anyone playing it. One day I get on, it is fucking packed. There are so many people there. I didn't really know what happened. I just played normally. I went on like Reddit or something later. A big streamer had played Spellbreak for like a day. And like it just brought so many people to play the game, either to try and like stream snipe them or whatever it was. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how there's literally like a herd mass of people just following behind a bunch of big streamers. But it's like a virtual herd. Yeah, I'm going to do this as a capsule collider. Actually, maybe I'll make two versions of this. Capsule space confinement and box space confinement. Whatever. First of all, we'll draw a capsule. Wait, is there no capsule in... Hold on. Unity Gizmos capsule. I could have sworn there was a capsule in Gizmos. Oh my god, an asset. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I guess I'm gonna need to program it with drawing wires. Damn, dude. Alright, I'm probably just gonna approximate it with a box and and circles. That's kind of annoying though. So there's debug. There's no debug draw capsules. So, oh, VR is going to sleep. My screen might flash in a second while it resets. I actually forget, is the collider scaled? I could swore that colliders don't get scaled. No, they do. Yeah, so they don't scale properly though. Okay. So I do actually need to take collider scale into account. So I'm probably not going to want to set this to radius. Or I'm going to need to set it to like 0.70, whatever this constant is. Or wait, this constant. Wait. Is that the same thing as... No way. I did not know that about math. That actually makes sense. Math is so goddamn complex, dude. Watch a lot of weird VR chat content on Edge of Terms of Service, but I enjoy it a lot. Well, that's what matters. And that other people enjoy it too. Does Unity have Vector 4? Yep. Yeah, it does. Alright, so I'm just going to copy this extent. Multiply it by the radius. This becomes height. Oh, yeah, I just realized this might even need to be cut in half. Well, let's see how this draws. So I'm going to want to draw a wire box instead. And I'm going to need to make the... Okay. So I'm going to need to have a transform for the camera. Confined object. Confined, and then confine, and then offset. So then the offset is used to actually keep the confined object within its area. I'll draw a wire cube. Here we go. That'll work nice. Okay. So the height, what is the height of... Okay, so the height is actually equal. The radius is not equal, though. Oh god, there we go. So that's what I was talking about. When VR goes to sleep and like disconnects from your computer, it like... I think it's your display drivers changing around how they're doing a bunch of stuff. But basically my computer freezes for like 10 seconds. And whenever that happens, it just kind of scares me. I'm just kind of like, what if it just freezes and just never, like never works again? So I think 2 is what I was looking for here. Just realized this isn't even rotated either. Like if I rotate this, yeah, the box isn't gonna rotate. Ooh, well. Downgrade to live without computers sounds scary even for a few days. Especially right now with all the shortages. So does this have... This should presumably let me draw with a matrix. Yeah, here we go. So then I think I can just draw this at the origin. I think I might need to reset the matrix afterwards. So restore to the previous state. Okay, so hopefully that will work now. Oh, beautiful. Okay. I thought I might have got some code wrong there, but it looks like... Yeah. So now whenever I apply rotations or anything, it just uses the matrix. Alright. So there's our VR space confinement. So we're going to confine the main camera. We're going to confine it using offset. Now we actually have to program... you know, I just realized as well, if Unity Editor, I don't think this is automatically excluded from builds. Alright, so now doing this in update is much more difficult. So I'm probably going to want to use the matrix again. Also, I'm just realizing if VR isn't enabled, then I'm going to disable this script. Alright, so here I just assumed that the capsule is never going to rotate and be constant, so here I've done it so it's actually based off the matrix and the rotation, which is how it properly should be. But now I need to actually transform the confined position relative to this. So there's actually, wait. Transforms from local to world space. So then inverse transforms from world to local space. So then with this local position, we check direction to capsule. I feel like the fact that I'm displaying this is a box. Okay, so how do they draw this as a capsule? It looks like they have a sphere and then connected by that. Maybe I will make a capsule drawing function. So I would actually draw this, I realized, using two smaller circles and then these arcs. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. So this value actually has the radius subtracted from the height. Because that radius is going to actually add padding even to the height. I'm realizing now I can actually reduce a whole bunch of this math. So the local position is direction X, direction Y. Oh yeah, so sometimes VR goes out of space. So I actually found out I need to add a limit to make sure that it's not going too far. Otherwise it can cause this like crazy rubber banding like effect where when you get float precision way too high from it bugging out. Man, I think my neighbor's a drug dealer. He's got like people just like funneling into his backyard today. But they're only staying for like 5 minutes. So then I need to transform this distance offset back to world space, because the offset is going to be in world space. Alright. I think that should work. Yeah, it really bugs me here that it's drawing a box when it's actually a capsule shape. Like that just seems so deceiving. I'm gonna make a function to draw a capsule. I almost feel like this should be like a separate script, because I feel like this will just be useful in other places. Unity handles draw capsule. I actually remember there's a different class called like handles. Oh yeah, but you need to be able to drag it. Okay. Unity handles versus gizmos. I'm joking, my neighbor's like an old suburban white guy. It's just weird. Handles has more drawing methods. Hold on. Draw AA convex polygon. Man, this has advanced drawing functions. There's no capsule. But I think the wire arc is what's used. Handles versus gizmos. I'm surprised there's not a whole thing versus... Wait, is there no draw sphere either? No, there's a draw wire sphere. Okay, so apparently I'm not even going to be able to get the same effect as this. Disappointing. Disappointing. Drawing in the scene view, 3 controls, built-in handle GUIs, 2D buttons. I think this is what I'm looking for. Man, it's kind of mind-boggling to me though that they don't just have like, what the heck is VR? Why did it just flash again? This is kind of why I hate having VR plugged in. Microsoft is secretly listening into everything and seeing everything because the VR headset has a camera on it too. So let me experiment with this. Editor.handles.arc. Let's just do a circle. Sphere cap. Every time it flashes, it sends your screenshot to Microsoft. I wouldn't doubt it. Here we go, okay. So yeah, I'm going to create a function for drawing probably going to make a script just for this, because it seems weird to have this in VR space confinement, but that crazy if you think about it. As example, NVIDIA firmware send to GPU. OS loading is 50 megabyte size. There can be anything, even web server. PCIe has direct access to RAM, bypass OS and security. AMD has open source firmware in Linux, as I hear Intel use closed source firmware in open source driver. I don't think the GPU has full access to RAM, as far as I'm aware. That seems like it could cause some really big bugs. Every PCIe device has full RAM read and write. Yeah, but I could have sworn that it went through the motherboard and still had like protection rings. If it doesn't, that is crazy. Like absolutely nuts. So according to this, all the memory that's controlled over the PCIe bus, like, is decided by the CPU. It's not direct as far as I am aware. So there's shared memory between your CPU and GPU, and it's decided by your operating system. So Saw a video where some guy read and write RAM from PCIe device and custom drivers cannot find it. As far as I'm aware, it goes through PCIe and then it goes to the memory controller or your CPU, which is the memory controller. And like normally it's like the same thing. Alright, so apparently this is a new thing. So they don't have DMA unless you specifically program for this. Directly read and write. Oh, so this isn't even for CPU memory. So this is that the CPU and PCI can directly write to the GPU memory. Not the other way around. Okay, so this is the Hacker News page I found on it. GPU doesn't have DMA to disk or RAM, it has to go through CPU. How come the GPU drivers don't know how to issue a DMA transfer? There's this thing called IOMMU. I've never heard of this. The main thing I'm aware of is pinned pages, is that Windows and the operating system will do paging and segmenting, and the GPU won't know what it can actually write to. Input-output attacks received increasing attacks to perform, malicious peripherals that make read-write access to DRAM or memory embedded. Some protection mechanisms have been implemented is IOMMU, however such mechanisms may not be properly configured. Describes weaknesses we found in IOMMU. That seems like a paper more than... Kernel DMA protection to protect against drive-by direct memory access using PCI hot plug devices. Windows 10. Damn. So this still doesn't protect against someone directly plugging something in. That's crazy. I guess it makes sense though. If someone has access to your motherboard, it's just like direct access. That feels so weird, though, that the GPU would be able to access that. Alright, memory management unit connects IO bus to main memory, translates CPU physical virtual addresses to physical addresses. The IOMMU maps device visible virtual addresses to physical addresses. Some units also provide memory protection. Prior to splitting the function on North Bridge, South Bridge, IO virtualization was not performed by the CPU, but instead by a chipset. Hey, Hatam Dragon, do you think C# or C++ is better for game dev? It depends on what you're doing. C# APIs are generally way nicer. C++ is arguably faster, but a lot of C++ code these days is actually really bad, especially a bunch of the C++ library stuff. Can still address entire memory through the IOMMU. Large regions of memory can be allocated without the need for contiguous physical memory. Memory is protected from malicious devices that are attempting DMA attacks. Memory protection is based on the fact that the OS running on the CPU exclusively controls both the MMU and IOMMU. So that's what I thought, because the OS controls all of the memory controller, nothing else could, at least on modern systems today where there are memory controllers. What is visual nodes? Visual scripting like Unreal Engine 4 blueprints. Oh, it's working. Okay, we've got a white disk. Oh yes, Scratch. Wait, does Scratch actually have an online editor now? Oh my god, that's actually amazing. Dude, good for MIT. Can you just start? Oh my god, no way. They've completely put it online in HTML5. That's actually so nice. I can't remember how Scratch works, but I can't remember, where do I connect the nodes to? Geometry Dash made in this and other Steam games. Are you serious? There's actual games made in this now? When start is clicked. There we go. I don't know how, but it works, but production-ready games with good performance and without bugs, so it's usable. That's crazy. I bet it's great performance because you can't do anything complicated. Like, it's a very simple scripting language. And it's just super simple sprites. That's actually great. When I used Scratch like 10 years ago, it was kind of janky program. Actually, it was never that janky. It was honestly pretty good compared to other things. Alright, so now we need to do these arcs. So I think I'm going to do those as arcs and then lines. So what is the angle? Angle of the arc in degrees. So I'm still not certain how to use this, so direction of the point on the circle circumference. Point on the circle circumference relative to the center where the arc begins. Transform.right. Oh, okay. Get handle size. Draws 1 pixel line. Okay. So it looks like it didn't draw any arc. Oh, radius, of course. I read that wrong. There we go. I wonder if that'll work. Let's try this. So up times our height. And we can do right and up. Oh, okay, kind of. I think what we actually want to do is right and forward, maybe. I think it's working. I think we're actually going to get this. It's beautiful. I can't believe it's actually working. I actually can't. I was blown away at the beginning that Unity actually didn't have this. So now I just need to draw these lines going down and connecting them in the middle. What if we do this? Okay, nice. So we should just be able to kind of rotate this around. Oh my god, okay. There's our wire capsule function. Feels good, dude. Actually having it match up. What's happening there? Okay, so maybe it doesn't completely match up. So I need to clamp radius to height. Do I clamp height to radius, or do I clamp radius to height? I think I'm just gonna leave it. Because you'll be able to set it to match up. Alright, and I'm gonna take this function and I'm gonna put it somewhere that I can like reuse it. Wait, is there a way to Unity extend gizmos class? Maybe there's a way I can actually add a function. Unity classes that extend gizmos. Ooh, cylinders and capsules. Oh yeah, so this is basically what I'm looking for. So how did this guy draw? Ooh, this guy uses lines. So I guess I just need to make sure that handles aren't actually in my build. I feel like I should name this something else. Maybe I'll just keep the function in VR space confinement. So I'll call it wire capsule gizmo, and then I'm just going to make the function called draw. And then right here, we can just do wire capsule gizmo dot draw. And this isn't compiled yet, which I think is why it's not working. Oh my god, I deleted. It's not working because I deleted half of the function. Our capsule gizmo does not exist. Oh my god, I can't access it. Wait. Wire capsule gizmo.cs. Wire capsule gizmo. Namespace Ethan Alexander Schulman. Huh. So I guess because it's an editor script, if I drag this out, it'll probably fix it. Oh shit, that's the wrong one. That fix it? Oh my god, that fixed it, didn't it? I feel like instead of lighting, this should be graphics. Because I just realized I'm probably also going to put shaders in there. Man, it's so slow copying files around in Unity. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go get some water, and I think we'll finally test this in VR. So you know what I'm figuring out? So I'm thinking about this. I'm like, man, so I said, I'm gonna actually test this in VR now. And I was talking before about how, like, spend so much time plugging and unplugging VR, putting the VR headset on, taking it off, setting up tracking, not setting up tracking. A whole bunch of my, like, goal of separating this development into systems like hands and stuff, and like I said, so that you can develop it so that it works on computer and as well as VR. I'm basically trying to make a system where I can develop VR without constantly dealing with the hassle of putting a VR headset on. I'm kind of thinking about it though, like, is VR really my end goal? Because like I've said before, my personal opinion on VR is that it is very clunky. And that especially comes in when you do development where there's a lot of going in and out. Like, I was walking back here and I'm thinking like, oh, I'm gonna need to go and set back up the Windows Mixed Reality, set the tracking back up, put the headset back on. Head may go crazy because of in and out all the time. Yeah, like, it's horrible. Like, actually, like, VR development sucks. Like, VR is hard enough, but then VR development is like, oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, anyways, I think this should work now. I have the offset set up. We've got our VR space confinement set up to be pretty much the same as the player. I'm going to lower it a little bit so that there's a little bit less space. That is why everyone is quitting C++. C++ is just horrible though. There's been such a push though in like the last year of criticizing C++. Like, so many developers have come out and actually like done write-ups on like, this is why C++ sucks. Apparently there's a whole bunch of issues with the C++ standard library that make it like really inefficient and really bad. And everyone just like deals with it because everyone says it's the best, like, that's the way to do it. You know what's funny? The Windows Mixed Reality Home right here is more laggy than Unity. This is choppy, but when I go into Unity, it's smooth. Fucking Microsoft programmers, dude. Oh, okay, and it disconnected from, I need to restart Steam VR. Man, VR actually has so many goddamn issues. Like, this isn't even a VR development bug. This is literally like an issue I run into when I'm regularly playing VR games. Steam VR will just like lose track of your headset, and then it will never work again until you go in and force stop the VR server in your task manager. Alright, so there's our hand. Here's our body. Oh my god, it teleported us. I don't know where we went, but that's not good. Okay, so when we went out of bounds, it was supposed to push us back into bounds. And what it actually did was it sent us flying into infinity, and I think that was because I did plus equal instead of minus equal, because I'm an idiot. So hopefully it'll work now. Setup that VR chat streamers do is stream, also not so simple. There's lots of preparation. Something may be broken time to time. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even think there's a good way of doing. I actually heard a bunch of people got oh god, okay, it just straight up happened again. So let me transfer this local position. Let's do some debugging. Quest 2 that works without PC may be best VR experience for now. So the Steam VR mirror is actually broken for any non-Valve headset. So if you're not using like a Vive or an Index, the mirror that you use to capture for streaming displays at 30 frames per second. So I actually saw, like, obviously a whole bunch of dedicated streamers and stuff, or VR people already had Knuckles and Valve Index, but I saw a bunch of people, YouTubers and stuff, specifically went out and got a Valve headset just because Valve released this update that made it so that non-Valve headsets didn't have full 60 FPS or 120 FPS recording. Alright, so now if this sends me out of bounds, it should at least output what insane values it's giving. Okay, so we can see it starts out just 0, 0, -7 on the Z. Oh, I'm not doing -Z. So it's probably actually shooting me out on the Z-axis is what it's doing. So then it's 66. Okay, let's try this again. Hello, Boxy Bear. Agree, if only I could afford it. Real shame they're giving up Rift S support in first-party games just 3 years later. Yeah. Oh, it's still bugged. They're giving up Rift S support? I thought Oculus was really good about backwards compatibility. It starts out that, and this is the world position. Oh, this isn't supposed to be transform point. This is supposed to be like transform vector. Or maybe transform direction. So that I just need to rotate it and scale it, not position it, which I think is what transform vector is. All the hot new like, imagine if after releasing PS4 Pro, Sony said, F it, you want to play the new exclusives, you need a new PS4, all the new hot exclusives aren't playable on Rift S. That's really weird. Oh, well, you know what? That actually makes sense because the Quest is on Android. But yeah, I get what you mean. That's actually so weird how It's basically like Oculus went for the PC market and then they just did a complete 180 and was like, actually, we want the mobile VR market and not PC. Like, they just abandoned. Okay, still not working. I should have added a debug that time too, so that I actually knew what was happening. And then relative equals. I should look up what transform vector does. I probably don't know this correctly. Local space to world space, not affected by position, affected by scale. Not affected by position. That, I assume it means that it still has rotation though. Alright, well, I'll just see what the result is here in the console. Myst and Climb 2, Resident Evil 4 announced request. Dude, that Resident Evil 4 is such a cash grab, dude. Like, imagine just fucking handing money to Oculus for that shit. Myst and Climb 2, real shame, because now these games have limited potential, forced to run on inferior hardware compared to high-end PCs. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like, imagine targeting literally the inferior experience. Like, I don't know how Facebook can say that they're dedicated to providing the best VR experience now when they've done that. Valve doing nothing to hold their developed VR market. That's true. It's still better than Valve. Still better than Valve. The state of VR is pretty sad, actually. Okay, here we go. Let's do some debugging. So, local starts out 0.107. Relative is 0.1. Is rotated at all? 0.107. Local relative. Okay, so it's sending it off. So maybe plus equal is what I needed to do. If you want a miniature build, you can always make a miniature build. At least with Steam you have options. True. Facebook sucks at true, but other companies doing nothing. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is it's like VR is actually really dead right now. Like, Facebook is literally being a leader just by not killing their VR projects. Like, Google has given up. Marketed as a budget, when you add all the accessories, pretty much adds up to the regular price. No point to complain on just company. Then do at least something, I think. Oh my god, it worked. Oh my god, it worked. Okay, okay. So, if I try to shove my head through the wall now. Oh my god, look at this, I can't shove my head through the wall. So now I need to make it so that it moves my player before it resets it. So the issue is now, though, that I move, but it doesn't move me in game because it resets me instead. Okay, so I actually need to check this. I feel like it's actually resetting me too early. Might want to have overlay options. Unlocking the camera from the HMD makes me sick. Unlocking the camera from the HMD makes me sick. See, how do you stop the camera from going through a wall without also moving the camera on its own, though? I think sticking your head through a wall is not letting the camera go through a wall. But what is not letting the camera going through the wall? When your head hits the wall, it applies a backwards force. That's what that jittering backwards is. Like, there's literally no way to stop your head from moving through a wall without having it unaligned from your actual VR view. The overlay option is letting it go through the wall and displaying messages. Yeah, that's horrible. That's like gameplay breaking in a lot of essences as well. In the sense that you can like get your head stuck in a collider and then you can't even see where you are in the game. With an arrow graphic to help you get out of the wall. That is not as easy as you think it is. Getting the direction to go outside of a collider is like insanely hard, and like I don't even argue that it's not even possible, because in a whole bunch of like systems and games like this, if a collider goes in another collider and gets stuck there, you're basically not getting it out. Like in physics engines like this, you basically stop stuff from going into another thing, because if one collider gets stuck in another collider, it's just so many things in your physics engine just break down. Found VR good technology, but in current state, no reason to use it. As a developer, I'm interested, but sadly, I don't have free Quest 2 for Facebook to develop for it. Is Facebook giving out free Quest 2s? Because that could also explain why there's so many games being developed for it. You can always play with collision presets. I don't know how it's called in Unity. So, like, that's the thing, is like what I'm doing now where it pushes your head back when it collides with a wall, that's like a collider. Like the overlay method of having your head able to go in walls is so ridiculously unrealistic and unimmersive. It's actually hilarious that VR devs have even done that. I'm just thinking, how do I check? I guess this will tell me. I'm actually thinking I'm going to need to look at this outside of VR while I'm in VR and watch what it does. Yeah, I told you many times they gifting almost for any state in progress VR. Well, that would Valve has never, like, as far as I'm aware, Valve doesn't even give out headsets. So that is, man, Facebook is just dominating. Alright, so this is the hard part. This is the other crazy thing. Like, developing in VR, you literally can't debug shit. Okay, so here we go. This is where my camera is. So I actually think the camera... Wait, what the hell? I actually think the... Oh my god, the offset is so far from the camera. Alright, so basically we're trying to watch if the camera icon there, I know it's hard to see, if the camera icon goes outside the red, the red capsule, it should reset. Yeah, you can see it happening there. Okay. Even though I already have a ret. Does that mean I get a free Quest 2 even though I already have Rift S, definitely 2 people job. Print is also really useful for VR. So HTC become active starting from last week. So maybe wait, what did HTC do last week? Also look for some devs. I don't know. So HT joined many active VR related discords and being active there and on Twitter. Talk to small follow people like that. That's weird because HTC has been so quiet. They just like disappeared for like. Can you hold the headset like that? The Rift has this light sensor that puts the headset to sleep. I have to keep a finger on it. What do you mean? Just hold the headset like that. Do you mean just like hold the headset up like I was doing before? So this is working. I just need to decide how do I want to feed this movement into actual player movement. Plus a finger in the middle of it. Yeah, I actually have that same light sensor there too. It's just, it's not only based off light, it's also based off whether or not you're moving the headset. So as long as I keep moving the headset, it doesn't go to sleep. Or it keeps working. So I need to decide. So what I have is, I have my player movement input that gets input from input actions. And that feeds the actual movement to my platform movement class. So what I presumably want to do is somehow either link this VR space confinement or link the VR camera to this so that when you move in VR it moves your walk, and then maybe I could do something too where the y-axis causes you to jump. I'm just thinking, what's a nice way to connect this? Using Unreal, it runs the game in a separate window. If it's not that window that's in focus, frame rate drops like crazy and controller input is ignored. Huh. That sounds like something that you would run and you would think your game has low frame rate and that it has controller input bugs, and then you just figure out it's not even you, it's Unreal. Classic. So I think I'm going to do this inside the platform movement input. Alright, I also need to document this a little bit. Transform of object to confine. Position will be snapped to center when set to center when leaving confinement. Tooltip transform where offset should be applied to keep object confined. Height of confinement capsule. Actually, I feel like that's self-explanatory, the fact that it draws a capsule. Always spawns the window on the same monitor as the editor, so you can't have the editor on one monitor and the game on the other. That's really weird. That's actually something I just realized. So Unreal Engine doesn't have any sort of tab system like this, does it? Everything's kind of locked in place, if I remember correctly. Maybe I just didn't figure out how to use that, but... position relative to capsule. Position back inside capsule. Disk bigger than 0, can't you do disk bigger than 0? Can't you do if 0 and smaller than... What do you mean? Isn't that exactly what I have here? I mean, I read stories how single devs got Quest 2 for almost empty project. I don't know real tips to apply for that. Even if they gave me a Quest 2, I wouldn't even develop for it because I fucking hate Oculus. And I did the whole... Man, you know what one of my most viewed videos on YouTube still is? It's how to break the fucking Oculus DRM for Gear VR. Actually, does it come up when you Google? Here, when you Google Gear VR OSIG sideload. So this is the DRM that they put in the Gear VR, one of the first Oculus mobile VR headsets. They put this insane DRM on it, so you couldn't ship your own games outside of the Oculus store. So basically, I did this whole thing.
The first thing
where
you need is your
I made a whole process of how to do the encryption yourself so that you could manually install it on your phone. This is still one of, like, a bunch of people still watch this video and message me like, that doesn't work anymore, because Oculus doesn't want you to actually own your device. Fuck Oculus. Putting literal what I put in quotes. Dist is bigger than... Yeah, I don't see how that's any different than what I wrote, though. No jailbreak for Quest 2, only development mode that disable Facebook tracking while you're in developer mode, but you cannot install any Quest 2 apps. Only mentioning the variable ones. That is way less clear for me, or someone who's been programming with C for like a long ass time. I am a change is bad person, not a change is good person. Alright, I think that's good. How do I want to implement this in VR? So, what I need is, I need the main camera's position relative to the player's center here. Platform movement input. Maybe I'll make a separate VR movement input class. No, actually, see, I need it to work along with this, because there actually might be times when you still want to use the joystick to move and then at the same time do something like jump in VR. So I actually need like the VR movement and this movement to work together. So oh god, VR is going to sleep. My screen's gonna start flashing again. On one hand, I feel like picking it up and waking it up to keep it from going to sleep, but on the other hand, it's like, why bother? I might just not use it for a while. So I'm just thinking, if I want to put, like, I'm just gonna assume that this is always gonna be on your player, because that's gonna be what the platform movement is on. And then all you need is the actual camera.main, which is gonna be the VR camera. So I actually don't need any reference here. I just need to go and check if XR is enabled. So then I'm going to put these in buffers. So then I can modify them for the VR movement if I need to. I'm just thinking as well, do I want this to be a bool? Yeah, I'll make this a bool. I'm really bad at programming right now. I'm doing this really slowly and badly, but whatever. Alright, so now I gotta think about how. Okay, so this platform movement, it's supposed to all be local. I just need to check out how I program this. I'm fairly certain I designed this to only go one way. Forward, forward. Yeah, so this is designed to work on platforms and designed for you to only move in the planar direction. It locks it to the X and Z, which is really good because that means here we can actually guarantee that it's going to line up, like the movement on the X and Z is going to line up. See, this is the difficult thing though, is I actually need to take, this is relative to the player, but the movement from VR is in world space. I'm going to need to convert the movement from VR back to local space and then do that manually through walking. So the VR movement should be camera main transform position minus transform position. So this gives us the movement in VR. And then, so I guess I'm going to need like a VR movement scale, or I'm going to want a VR movement scale. Because it's like, the walking here is like normalized. Like that's the crazy thing about this, is like the ideal thing would actually be to have like a rigid body that tries to follow behind exactly where you move in real life. But that would open the door to so many exploits and things where people could like just like move at insanely high velocities and things like that. Like you need to put the player rigid body under the control of like your own scripted movement. Otherwise people are going to be able to like fucking bug through walls and shit just by moving in VR. It's like, it's actually such a conflicting thing. I actually don't think VR is ever going to get there until we get like brain implants. Like I don't see any other way you can deal with this stuff. Even with a physical bodysuit, there's no way that like you can go and press in a wall into the game and it like pushes back on your hand. Like imagine you're playing a VR game and you run straight at a wall. What type of suit would be able to apply full force to your body to literally like make the effect of you smacking against a wall? Like that's how you would need some suit that could somehow like simulate a force field instantly stopping your body to actually have it match up with reality. I feel like the only way you're going to get that is the mixed reality. I don't know if anyone's ever seen like the VR paintball or whatever, or VR airsoft, thought it might have been. People basically took a course and recreated it in VR. I actually don't know where to find it, but basically it's like, to fix the problem of VR not lining up with real life, they just made it line up with real life. Basically create an airsoft course where there's like mats and walls and things, and they're like made out of like gym mats, so that if you run into it in VR it's like soft and you don't get a concussion. But then in VR, they actually build a 3D map that lines up with the real airsoft course they have. So then in VR, you can actually like feel a wall in front of you. And in VR, the wall might look like, I don't know, like fucking Afghanistan or some war zone or something. Oh, there's the VR disconnecting. I actually think that makes me drop frames, like 5 frames, few, but anyways, I think it's a really cool idea, like basically having like VR and reality matched up and synced. So the difficult part is I need to do this normalized. So I'll just see, this is the difficult part, is I need to like normalize the X and Z. But at the same time, like, good idea about deforming walls on collision. Maybe it can be done even as post-processing effect by reprojection. Yeah. I don't think there's any perfect fix though. I'm just thinking, I don't even need a vector 2 for this. I need to check whether or not the length of this is bigger than a certain amount. So if the length is bigger than 1, then we need to normalize it. Otherwise... Okay, so I know what I'm going to do. I'm literally just going to add this to the walking vector. And then if the walking vector is above the 1 magnitude that it should be, then we're going to normalize it. Okay. So what I'll probably end up wanting is a scale of how much the movement in VR actually matches to player movement velocity. I really don't think it's going to match up right now, but let's at least test. Oh, and I'm going to need to wake up the headset again. Oh my god, I'm gonna need to restart Steam VR as well. Fucking VR development, dude. Oh my god. Okay. It's working. Oh my god, it's working. Wait, kind of. Okay. So, I'm not rotating it. It's not, I'm not properly converting from local to world space. And it's not correctly managing movements. Huh. So, it seems like. Alright, it's hard to. Oh my god, my computer just froze. See, it's hard to tell. It seems like I'm leaning forward and it never stops moving forward. What it actually should do is it should move the player forward to match up with like where the camera is. But the issue is when it moves the player forward, it doesn't move the. So when it moves the player forward, it also moves the camera forward, which means it never changes the camera's actual like movement position and just keeps moving forward forever. So like the solution kind of would be move forward and then move the camera backwards with the offset, but then if the player doesn't actually move forward because it gets stopped by a collision, then the camera might glitch out. Like, oh my god. This is complicated. I gotta think about this for a second. I don't really have a plan for this. Like I said, I might not even get this VR movement working because like I said, matching the VR, like your physical movement to the simulated script movement, I don't even think it's gonna be possible, but hold on, I'll be right back. I got pee. I straight up have no idea how to do this. So, this is my thought process so far. So say I move... So I move forward in real life. I measure that it moves forward on like the z-axis. So I apply walking movement forward. The issue is that walking movement is like a non-linear velocity that changes based off what the current velocity is. So I would basically need to like predict how much the character is going to move based off the current velocity, move the camera offset to counter the part of that. So then here's the difficult part. Part of the movements might be done through your joystick or controller, and another part of the movement might actually be done through you actually moving physically in VR. And I need to only counter the part that's done physically in VR. So ideally what you'd want to do is actually just do VR movement completely as its own rigid body offset. So basically, like when you move in VR, you try to do rigid body move position, where it's not apply force, but you literally just try to apply a single movement step. So then though, what you end up getting is if players can just move any direction they want in VR, it basically opens the door to like teleporting. Like there's basically, the way Steam VR works is the devices, like the controllers, any person can go and make an emulator for the controllers or things. Like there's already so many things in like OpenVR advanced settings and like a bunch of other Steam VR little tools you can download that basically let you teleport and set wherever your headset or controllers are. So it's like I literally can't just take a one-to-one movement of the VR movements, because it would just open the door to people just like breaking every sort of conceivable physics boundary I have in the game. So how I guess maybe calculate the movement of the camera Like that's the thing. I'm gonna need to move the rigid body towards where the camera is, the camera position. And then when it actually moves towards that, I then need to offset the camera to counter the offset that was there. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to specifically program this in to the movement. But I'm still not sure, like... So, the only way I can think about doing this, actually, is if I make it so that when you do VR movement, you can't do joystick movement. Because, for me, what you're saying is, do not solve what's been solved elsewhere. What, like, feel free to send me videos of it being solved. So, like, this room scale movement, what most games do is they literally let you move through walls. And then when you do go in walls, it just goes like, hey, you're in a wall, and shows up a like notice. So here's some posts specifically on copy existing system, maybe overcomplicated. That's the thing though, there's no, look at this. Most users stay away from walking into geometry. Black out your view. Blur out everything. Like, no. Letting players go through walls is not a good solution. Black out player's view when he's in a place he shouldn't be. Like, that's the thing. Most people are suggesting the same thing Boxy Bear did, is to black out the view. I think that's a horrible solution. Like, completely lose reference of where you are in the world and make the screen go black is horrible. See, games teleport you out of objects. Some games let you walk through walls. VRChat, most games don't care about that. I think they keep default Unity system and let player walk. I think VRChat probably has a pretty complicated solution now because so much work's been put into VRChat. See, it caused your vision to go black. The problem is that it causes users to freak out. Yep. Yeah, see, this thing of fading to black is the only thing that works comfortably. Like, this whole thing of going, we can't have proper game mechanics because it won't be comfortable for VR users is why VR is never going to be taken fucking seriously. Like, actually, oh my god. The best solution would be to just let players walk through walls. Of course. Of course. Don't ever try to stop the player from walking through walls. VR users, dude. Fucking VR users. What's the easiest way to prevent look-through walls in VR? If you collide, fade to black. Like, such a bad solution, actually. Holy shit. So I've got the part solved where when you hit a wall, it doesn't turn to black. But now I need to get it so that it actually transfers the movement. I think I also need to convert this to local space. I want to see if this fixes it and reorients it so it's at least in the right position. I'm still thinking about this. I don't know how to, Oh god. I can't tell if it's so it's only going in one direction. I must have broke something. I must have broke something. VRChat maps implement anti-walk-in. They collide area with player's physics collider and teleport player to position a little back. So let me look up specifically Unity movement. Rigid body by VR. So a bunch of the things I'm finding aren't like exact solutions for what I want. Like a bunch of things do is literally one-to-one room scale movement. Like I said, where when you move in real life, you move in VR, and if you move through a wall, it just makes your screen black or whatever. That's my whole issue, is I'm not trying to do one-to-one room scale movement. I'm trying to have it so that you just, like, your walking is prompted by room scale. Transform from world space to local space. I think I want inverse transform vector is actually what I want. So this still won't stop me. My main issue is having it I don't even understand what direction it's going. So wherever I'm standing relative to the play area is where it moves. But I think I'm doing something wrong, because the inverse transform vector right here doesn't seem to be moving in the correct direction. So let's see, the camera position relative to the player's position gives this offset. Then we inverse transform vector to convert from that world space to local space. So we convert the difference in those world space positions, to a local space vector of the camera, which should be thinking about this. Inverse transform vector. This might be backwards. So where 1 should on the Z should be right, So depending on what this transform vector is, this might not work properly. How do I move the camera back based off this? Yeah, I almost feel like I need to just handle VR movement separately. Which, I mean, if that's what I have to do, that's what I gotta do. Check if this works better. Yeah, I almost want to say that the inverse transform is wrong because of the way me looking up and down changes the vector. You know what I also just realized? The player hands can go like teleporting out into infinity, and I need to add some max trigger range so that people can't like teleport their hands through walls and things. I'm also thinking about now, how would I do jump? So jump is another thing where it'll clamp the Y, and then the player might jump at a delay. Yeah, wow. Doing fluid room scale movement is insane. So, thinking about it moving up, jumping is actually a good test for this because it's only on one axis. So, if you start out on the ground and you jump in VR, so you start moving up, you trigger the player jumping, which actually causes a double effect of your player is now moving up in game, which actually moves up your VR headset or you in VR, but then you're also jumping in VR, which doubles your jump. So you basically need to, like, whenever your physics movements are based off of VR movements, you need to counteract those physics movements on the VR offsets. So yeah, I actually think I just need a separate movement system just for VR because like depending on how high you jump, it'll like try to match up the movements. Like I'm actually thinking, how would you even do that? Like I actually can't think of a way for you to match up one-to-one movements in game and in VR. At least when it comes to like quick things like jumping. Like if your player jumps too fast, he'll hit a wall, it'll teleport your head down. If he only jumps a little bit, your player might jump really high, and then in real life your head only moves up a tiny bit, because like are you really gonna make a game where you jumping in real life is how high you jump in game? Everyone's just gonna jump like half a foot? Oh god. VR is broken, dude. Like this is the other crazy thing is if you're detecting so this so I'll actually need to go here and detect what actual VR movements are happening. Detect those exact movements. Counteract those while applying them to physics. My god. So walk through, I'm just walking through this over and over in my head. So you move somewhere in VR. You can't actually move there in the game world because it might be teleporting your player through the wall. So you have to actually simulate the rigid body, going step by step or frame by frame, moving to that position. So what I'm going to do is actually let your head move ahead. And so as long as you're not moving faster than your player moves, it won't snap back. So then what I need to do is I somehow need to move the player to where that head is while moving the head backwards so that it doesn't get moved when the player moves. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. I'm actually thinking I might end stream here. I seem to be stuck. I'm not really making progress, and I'm, like I said, going in and out of VR fucking sucks. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. So let's try something easier. Let's get a reference for this. I'm gonna do jump instead. It was kind of stupid for me to choose to do movement at the beginning. Jumping is way similar, or way simpler. So we're gonna jump if the Y movement is over a threshold. Oh my god, and there goes the VR disconnecting, of course. Of course! I guess I should do, this should be in a ratio of movement per second. So if this moves 0.1 units over a second, then we're gonna jump. Alright, apparently I vastly overestimate the speed at which the human head moves when it's jumping. Which, I mean, not surprising. So VRY bigger than certain amount. Oh yeah, and this is actually supposed to be local position. So we'll do bigger than 0.01 movement per second. I'm gonna make sure I don't jump on my cat. My cat's like hanging out beside me while I'm doing this. Oh, here we go. Wait. It worked. For a second. Huh. Hope not frame-based value. That's why I'm dividing by the delta time. It's supposed to be... Oh wait, I'm dividing by the delta time. I'm supposed to multiply by the delta time. Actual moron, dude. Oh my god. So I actually think this jumping is gonna work. Oh, here we go. So it's very... very sensitive right now. So So let's try one unit movement over a second. I think that should be a good jump threshold. There we go. Look at that. And you can see it's, oh. So if I move, I'm trying to check what the threshold is. That seems good though. Alright, so the jumping actually isn't horrible. It's not room scale, it doesn't match what your head's it doesn't match your actual jumping, but for gameplay that's exactly how Vivecraft works. Works fine for me. Okay, I have determined to try to think of how to do this walking. So I've thought about it. I know this movement system can totally work. I think what I need to do is, though, is I need to calculate how much of this VR walking is happening. And then when the velocity is going a direction, so then I look at the velocity of this and the movement it went, and I check if the camera offset is bigger than the velocity, or like if the player's velocity moving is in the direction that it will fix the player's offset, VR offset, not being lined up in the center, it'll push it towards the center. So I believe that'll have a little bit of movement. Even if you have the joystick, it'll like center your VR vision. But I should be able to calculate that in a way doing this. So I'm just thinking if I want to keep this as its own component, or if I want to make a VR movement component, just like this VR space confinement. So I'm gonna need the transform for the VR offset. So that I can offset the camera. See, that's another insanely confusing thing, is I need to calculate the camera movement, but I'm pretty sure relative to the offset. Oh man. I think I'm gonna end the stream. I might be back in like 10-20 minutes. I might not. I don't know. I'm like in a middle area right now where I'm not exactly sure what to do. And when I'm thinking about this stuff, I don't know. I don't even like when I'm not working on code like this, I'm more just like thinking about how I want to do this. I'm gonna go and like chill for a bit, think about this. I might start up the stream again if I get an idea for this. If not, I'll be back later. Hopefully I'll do more of these Unity streams, because I think this development is good, just slowly working away at this stuff. Anyways, thank you for watching. I'll see you around. I hope you have a good one. Hope you enjoyed watching me struggle with VR. Bye-bye. Hope you have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you for watching. Good luck on your stuff as well, Nemorian. Good luck with anyone else who's working on programming or game development or whatever it is.